Hello. Uh, so you got to hear Boopy being a little purbot for a minute. Because he has chosen my lap. I have been gifted the most precious of things. And so my most precious child lives here now in my lap, and I couldn't be happier. I fucked around with my mic a little bit to get it to the point where you could hear him, so we may or may not be in a hellscape now of weird music, a weird sound, and I think that is worth it. So, oh, are you leaving because I started talking? That is exactly why I did that. Uh, like there might be an echo, maybe? I hear it if you don't. Uh, which I'm fine if you don't. Like, that's great. Uh, Anywho, might just be that my mic is turned up so high. No. No, I might be an echoey bitch now. Somebody let me know. Uh, Stanley Parable. Yeah, let's go. Ooh, I'm significantly out of frame right now. Uh, let's see. It's either me or the spider. Or the thank you.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay, I have an idea.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure.
Nope.
What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly.
Yep.
The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I
Ever.
will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do.
He will die of
Now it's
starvation.
just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Not so far off. Not so far off. Alright. What are we gonna do today? What mayhem shall we cause today? I do think I... Phoebe, do not worry. Do not worry. You will not... It's almost impossible to be spoiled by this game. I even saw some, like, deep cut stuff on, Dama's channel, and had no idea what I was in for. So, like, I saw endings that are incredibly weird, and still. You know what we're gonna do today? I've thought about it. First, we're gonna fuck around with boss ending land.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
No, PB, because I have to lower my mouse acceleration. Was I playing with a controller? Maybe. Maybe that's why it's so suddenly absurd. Yes. I think. I had already fucked around with that.
Set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
I'd actually written a little list of ideas. I was very excited. I wanted to play this game all week.
To business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why,
yes.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
All right.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me.
Sometimes.
You see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time. The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped.
Oop.
And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Okay.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Yeah, Zill, that's actually what happened the first time I played this.
Yes.
I was so contrarian.
If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
All right, this is all well and good, but
No, Wait, where are you going?
Back. Yes.
Right. Where were we? Oh no! Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing. No! Oh, thank God. You lived. No. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
I like being mean, I guess.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
I feel really bad now. Frog fractions. That's frog fractions.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Oh. I feel.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I actually was like, yeah, are they getting slower? And then they were not. Okay, so that is the second input received. I have not been able to get 5 input received yet. I have been very annoyed with that, I suppose.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Did I? Yeah, I guess.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Who moved my desk? That's new. I love that these change. They change! Like, even the boring ones change. They're not boring at all. I tried really hard to save Chris from the broom closet.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an
I was trying to, like,
indication of
run
any
away from
human
it.
life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845.
Certificate of pompousness.
Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
That is not my current PIN number, but it was actually one of my PIN numbers. So it was one of my PIN numbers
Stanley
in the past was 28.
Twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input
32
anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
And so, every time I do 2854, it's because I'm programmed to go doot doot.
2845. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing
you found
$0,
0 cents, but
Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing.
I guess we're fucking around in this
the
ending.
newly opened passageway.
The Tiger and the Terribly Cursed. Dr. Lynn Giskoff, the Tiger and the Terribly Cursed Emerald, a whirlwind heist. Ah! Crows, crows, crows! I like them a lot now. Yeah, the tiger and the lady. I was wondering when they were going to address their absolute dependence upon that story. Frog Fractions Game of the Decade Edition? Free? Free! Crows got Davy's permission. They actually sent him a demo, and they were like, what do you think about us redoing some of this in a fancy edition? And
descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Yeah, this is actually the Ultra Deluxe Edition, Zill, that
Stanley
came
walked
out.
straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
It came out in 2023. And Crows did that work on this. It has extended endings and a lot of really cool touches. I actually think I may have gotten most of the endings, though.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
not? Oh. I decided to just... I looked up a list. Make sure... It's not spoilers, it's just a list of names. And it looks like there's only one here that I haven't gotten, which I have no idea how to get, so it'll take a minute. 2. It's called Escape Pod, and then there's one called Heaven. Those are the 2 that don't seem like I know. Can I leave this room now? See if I can leave. I hate when you shut the door, narrator.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
Thank you.
Each bore the number of an employee in the
Fun at work, Mister.
Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them,
Wait, what's this?
eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
527 or 528? 528. And there is still like a big, yeah. And then 234. I still haven't found my way into 234. And then 538 apparently is having some issues.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Okay. I guess I'll go in the stupid lift. Do this stupid ending.
No. He refused to believe it.
I did.
He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Congratulations on the 15 stream streak. It's hard with me too, because I stream a lot. Good job, Princess.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
I know this ending. Let's try new things.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Can I go back into my office? Alright.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Or 17. I haven't been able to get in there yet. I assume that 500s are maybe upstairs?
Two open doors. He entered the door on his left.
How would I get upstairs?
This was not
maybe
the correct
this way?
way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee
I want to touch that computer.
Just to admire it.
Oh, this way. To go there. Want to go to there? The things I can touch. I want to touch all the things.
Yes, this room. What a beaut! But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Okay, but every time I've gone this way, I feel like I've gotten lost. I don't want to get lost.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Hoping he might coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Input.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean, Stanley?
I just want to run away. I want to run away. I want to see what he says if I run away from the boss's office. Gosh darn it.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Ooh. I don't want to go to new content. It's trash.
And Stanley came to a set of two open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
You could shut up.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace? Its subtle charm? No. Stanley knew it was something deeper, something darker.
What? Okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
No, I'm gonna go this way.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Shut up.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot.
Can I get to those
I'm
doors?
not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten.
Whoop.
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have
Oh, you mean my
zero
mannequin wife, you
consideration for
fucking
others?
troll?
Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
I don't believe you.
Let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important.
Nope.
Stanley walked through the red door.
No.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood.
No.
Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly.
No.
Stanley walked through the red... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This
No, thank you.
already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take
Ceiling
it for a
light.
spin.
Ceiling light. Ceiling light. Also, I'll talk about your fucking wife if I want to. I can't keep her out of my mouth if she's always in it. Oh. I don't want to go in there because I feel like I'm just going to get trapped into Stanley Parable 2. So let's go this way. Oh, you bastard.
I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Beep.
Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's instinct mostly, a calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul.
This guy.
You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try.
This
Here,
fucking guy.
based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
No! I don't want to be in this ending. Dude? No! Why?
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Oh no.
In this game,
What the fuck is
baby
this?
crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right.
Wait, what the
And if
fuck
he
is
reaches
this?
the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Do I really have to play for 4 hours? This is terrific. Is there a way out of playing for 4 hours? Do you get the same ending whether you let it die or not? What would I even do for 4 hours?
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Because it's a horrible buzzer noise!
Well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
What? What?
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley?
Who?
What's our backstory? What is
Who
our
firewatches the
motivation?
firewatch?
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley, and it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
From atop your creep tower. I turn on the lights. Oh. From atop your creep tower. Okay.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
Is this a walking simulator?
It's an open world game. Good God, quickly, block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Is Firewatch a real game?
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Oh no, Rocket League!
See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
They literally used Rocket League.
So what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Oh my god, it's so big! It's so big compared to little me. Oof. Oof.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun?
Are you winning, son?
Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize I'm not a
Don't interrupt
sportsologist,
me.
but if one ball generates a certain amount of
I want to get a goal.
pleasure, then surely multiple balls make
No.
for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball.
Don't.
Yes. Oh, goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable.
Don't.
More balls.
No. I gotta go. Yeah. Ah. Don't. Don't. Don't.
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun?
It's not a real video game, but I had a lot of fun. Don't.
Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides, you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm here, Stanley.
Wait, you're just gonna leave me here? With nothing to do? If this were real life, I'd just lie down in the grass and take a nap. Broski. Hello? 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 Well? Oh, did stream fail? Yeah, we've been having some difficulty with our internet lately. Which is just a fucking shame. What do you mean log in with Twitch? I am logged in with Twitch. Oh yeah, it's straight up disconnected, not just... Did you hear that he's left me to my own devices? He's decided. Oh my gosh, I haven't even been playing in the game this whole time. I've been playing in my Streamlabs window. That could be a problem. Cool. Tight. Let's go. Hello? Hello? My cat just meowed at me in response. He's down on a blanket on the floor, just meowing at me. Oh. Yeah? Was I calling for you? Did I call for you? Huh? This is Horatio. Uh, I'm gonna be stubborn. We're gonna take a break, in which I'm gonna stand here the whole time. I'm gonna get a snack. I'll be back presently. I like that there's like the faint sound of like nothing back there. You can just barely hear a cityscape. He's taken out my cord. He's taken out my headphones. He's decided. I am not paying attention to him enough. I'll be right back, y'all. Sorry, buddy. You're gonna have to get off the lap. I know. I love you too. What did I miss? Nothing? Missed nothing? Are we even running? Hello? Hello? Alright. Enough of this. You win. Once again, narrator. What? They're saying buttons. Oh my god. Buttons. So that first world we were in was actually Minecraft. And the next world, you should refresh, Zoe, by the way, you're very behind. And the next world, used to be Portal, but then, we're gonna restart because this is distracting. But, it runs in a different game engine now with Ultra Deluxe. So instead you get to boop at Rocket League. This is what the internet had. If I had stayed, or if I had tried harder in the first world, I could have played a little Minecraft.
already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
What? Oh, is it because I just came back from heaven?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first
Welcome
open
back,
door
Sal.
on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you.
I
all this
know.
time.
I
There's
know.
someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Oh, so please someone tell me if you have
Someone you've
misophonia.
forgotten about. Please.
I will cease
Stop
to be
trying
eating.
To make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me.
Oh, wait.
I'm
Ah!
asking for.
I was too slow.
His eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Mm-hmm.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries?
Hmm?
Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Going to heaven has unlocked several new
Stanley was so
dialogues.
bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
That is very curious to me.
Look, Stanley, I think
I
perhaps
wonder
we've gotten
if it's
off on the
because I
wrong
waited in
foot
Rocket League
here.
for so long, actually.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot.
My mannequin wife.
I was in the middle of something.
She's
Do you have
fine.
Zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes.
Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
You know what you've never
Let me
done?
prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give
You've
me a
never told me where
chance.
everyone went.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
No.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
No.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red...
No!
All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Huh. There's a strong cannibal answer. Canonical answer. Yeah, I don't think so either. I'd really prefer if there was, but I'd like to know. I would like to know.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Apparently, I can turn on paranoia. coming for? No. There we go. If I just walk backwards.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What to do now?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Ew. Bastard!
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
No! I must be...
The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans,
really?
half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it. 2845. Statistically, nearly impossible to guess blindly, ever.
We're entering ads in just a second.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845. 2845. Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all
You
by
son of a
itself,
bitch.
And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Rude. Maybe I can do something like this. Ah! I already rode this up and down a million times and pissed him off.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it,
Escape!
the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Mm-hmm.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story.
I really want to
Trapped
get onto
forever in
that.
his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man.
What?
And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly. And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
But of course, you being you, you'll probably spend the next hour trying to solve it. Stanley pushed Here, number I'm just going to make this easy on you.
Huh.
Stanley jumped in the river. Stanley's
There it is.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Hmm.
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Is that true? I don't think that's true, narrator. New content. Will you go that way if I try really hard? That way. No. Okay.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Blanket, no! My blanket is on my chair. It is horror. There we go.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
I don't... this ending was bonkers.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Ugh.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Ugh. Okay, we're gonna restart. I don't think there's anything new here. Even though it's delightful. Yo, what is this?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm sorry? I didn't just miss a fucking memo. My office is entirely different. I've had, like, rare rooms before, but this is fucking different. Oh, might as well try the doors. Ooh. Dog mode? Can I check that? Stop.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
A dog randomly now. No.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm delighted. I am very delighted. Uh,
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Yep. We'll admire the employee lounge.
The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic, like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little. This made him smile.
He
At
started to
last,
bleed
proof that
a little?
he was human.
Oh, okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
No.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go,
oh no. We're not gonna mess with this one. Do you know how long you get lost in that one? That is a long-ass ending.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time. Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition. I have to say I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks. No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to
Oh my God,
something.
narrator.
It has to be a true reward for valiant effort.
Narrator.
Hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost.
Narrator.
Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
Fine. 417.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Motherfucker.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
I will find you in digital space, and I will cut off your nose.
Now, back to door number 437.
And then I will cook it and feed it to your digital children.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
The copy machine, which if you pay really close attention, actually has like a very depressed poem about how it wants to be unplugged and dead.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Can I do that? Oh, I can! Ish. Cat? Yorkie. Yorkie! There. In the chair.
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on
Have a
door
good day,
416.
You motherfucker. I feel so taken advantage of. I just was clicking on a door. I just picked a door. It could have been any door. Where's 416? 417. Is there a 416? There's not a 416, you motherfucker. We're gonna have a talk. 420, 424, 419, 417, 415. Is this 416? I can't go in there. It'll lock. Where's 416? Is it I really don't want to go that way because I'll get locked in. Excuse me, sir. Sir, we need to have a talk about your bullshit. I would like to bring this up to your managers. Have I lost my mind? There's no 416. 418. Right, here's 417. Is it this? Are you 416? There it is.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine do that one again!
Okay, but to be fair, their casting director had to work really hard to find this narrator. This narrator is flawless.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it!
Woo!
Oh, wow. That felt amazing.
Where's my achievement?
Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
Did I get the achievement? Yes. Okay. You fuck. You fuck. I resent you so hard. Bucket!
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
I love you, Bucket!
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I'm really upset to hear that he did not become famous after this.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers.
Like, this game is a great concept. It's wonderful. The writing's great. But literally would be useless without Kevin writing.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's...
No! I did it. I think oh! Are you gonna let me run all the way back to my office? That would be dope if you let me run all the way back to my office. I call this the ending. .416? What are you doing here, 416? Oh. Oh. You are now leaving. Escape Pod Bay, floor 760. I found the escape pod! I did notice dog mode stopped, which is depressing. Okay, really? You're gonna make me... Wait. Wait. Aren't I like 5 floors? Whatever. I'm 5 floors higher. I don't... Whatever. Whatever. You do what you want. Yeah, no. Look at this. If this were any other game, I'd call that an oversight, but I know they do everything in this fucking game on purpose. escape pod launch bay. Now escaping. Hmm? Oh, it's just that dark. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Okay. No, no, no! Balls. Okay. Oh, okay, I see it now. Good. Go, Bucket, go, be free. I love you, Bucket. Bucket! I'll see you in the next life. Bucket.
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Bucket? Is Bucket really gone forever? Bucket. Bucket! Bucket, no! I didn't know I want my bucket back. Do I have to go to... No, Bucket didn't kick the bucket. Bucket escaped to the freedom in the escape pod, in the escape pod. Bucket!
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever the Stanley
Yes,
Parable
you've announced it 3 times, narrator. Your memory is really bad.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover.
I'm gonna see if I can get another bucket.
An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
That is not true. This game has one-handed walking, which is obviously makes it Yorkie's favorite game.
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
My arm doesn't stretch that far, lady. I need a bucket. Bucket. Right there. Stanley Parable 2. Reassurance bucket. Companion cube. But can hold things. It's Companion Cube 2.0.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding
There's no bucket there!
a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind.
But nearer! Bucket! Do you not see that there's no bucket? Bucket!
Orienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket
Give
is in
me
your
the
arms.
bucket!
And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes,
Give me the bucket.
the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on. give
Open
a
it!
try.
Thank you, bucket!
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they? All this and more awaits you
Bucket.
in the Stanley Parable 2.
Just pick it up.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't
I agree.
already.
My bucket. Bucket. So I've tried 0344 in a lot of different ways. Like 0344. Hold on, that's a colon though. Hold on. 0:344. Is that a biblical phrase? No. Huh. Ah, okay. So far, it seems to not have any... What about this QR code? What do we think about this? Let's try this QR code. You, of course, have to be in an angle game. Why? I just want to screenshot easily. Alright, gonna display my monitor as we go hunting for this QR code. So, pardon the potential inception you might see. Oh my god, they built a website! Hold on. Hold on 1 fucking second here.
Say there, Timmy, what's that you're enjoying? Why, it's breakfast, of course. Everyone loves breakfast. But did you know that breakfast is getting a sequel? That's right. It's called Lunch. And critics are raving that Lunch will be everything breakfast was and more. With a little luck, we may even get a trilogy series out of it. Say, you know what a sequel is, don't you, Timmy? Why, sequels are the world's way of clinging helplessly to the past. We all want more of the things we love, and we're all afraid of change, which is what makes sequels so popular. New ideas are dangerous, Timmy, and they can lead to early aging. This eager-minded young thinker is just 29 years old. That's why we have sequels, to keep us couched in the familiar and the comfortable. Sequels are the bedrock of a healthy, functional society. And if you look around you, you'll find them everywhere you go. For instance, this man is developing a sequel to the automobile, which we'll call the vertical automobile. It's a useless, impractical invention, and in 2 days' time, the man will be publicly stoned to death for his crimes against gravity. Not all sequels are heretical nonsense, however. Here's the man who invented breathing, which is the sequel to suffocating and dying a slow death. Even your parents are getting a sequel, Timmy. Their names are Rob and Jessica, and they'll be taking care of you once your original parents are sent back in time to fight a secret war for the government. Sequels can be very fashionable. This young woman is wearing 5 shirts at once, which is the sequel to wearing 4 shirts at once. Look at Becky over there, wearing only 2 shirts at once. Get with the times, Becky. In fact, there is only one single thing in the world that isn't a sequel. It's this. We don't know what it is or why it exists, but it's the prequel from which all sequels are derived. And just like everything else, the Stanley Parable is getting a sequel too. We all know, of course, that it was your favorite game as a child. Don't you remember those long, lazy afternoons you spent playing the Stanley Parable, watching your precious youth fritter away hour after hour? We've all wasted our childhoods in one way or another, and you were fortunate enough to get to waste yours on the Stanley Parable. But the Stanley Parable came out years ago, and you're not a child anymore. You're a man, which is like the sequel to a child. And as a man, you want manly things like taxes and cheating at baseball. You need a man's video game, Timmy. And that's why the Stanley Parable 2 will be perfect for you. It's as manly as video games can get. And if you don't believe me, let's look at the burly hunk of a man who's responsible for the game. Here he is, hard at work. His name is Gregory 8-Pack, and he's the cutting picture of raw, virile masculinity. Gregory is what we call the ideas guy, and he has the most important role on the team. The ideas guy tirelessly comes up with interesting concepts and then hands them off to the rest of the developers for the relatively simple job of turning those concepts into reality. For example, he's the one who picked up the phone and declared, "Someone ought to make a sequel to the Stanley Parable." Good work, Gregory. Go ahead and take the rest of the day off. With the hard part out of the way, work on the game can now begin. The game's developers must answer a simple question. What makes a sequel in the first place?
I can't believe
Well,
how
it's
involved
simple.
this is.
Sequels are an opportunity to correct the mistakes of their predecessors. We've all made mistakes, and we've all caused harm to someone we love in order to cover up our mistakes. When developing this particular sequel, it's important to start by thinking, what mistakes did the original Stanley Parable make? Well, first off, most of the pornography in the original game was stolen or pirated, and it's time we paid the licensing fees fair and square. Second, the Stanley Parable was catastrophic for this man named Leroy, whose personal information, including home address, social security number, and bank information, were all displayed prominently in multiple locations throughout the game. Although Leroy's money and identity were stolen, the fact remains that his personal information was the emotional core of the game and absolutely vital to a nuanced understanding of the story. As reparation for the harm we caused him, the sequel will contain a brief and insincere apology to Leroy, tucked deep within the game where it will be difficult to find. Finally, the Stanley Parable made the mistake of leaking too many government secrets about the nature of the Time Wars. Without these intricate
Oopsie, Time
details of
Wars.
specific military tactics, the story is likely to make very little sense. But we've decided to remove them from the sequel in the interest of helping the state's efforts. We'll get to you yet, Time Dracula. Now then, it's time to set about constructing the Stanley Parable 2. Game development is a difficult and complex art, one which can only be fully understood by this race of hyper-intelligent child soldiers bred in laboratories. They begin by
Bred in
studying the original
laboratories.
Stanley Parable. Here it is in its raw, untouched form, a specimen of technological perfection. Time to exploit it for profit. We begin by adding jokes. The Stanley Parable was most widely known for its stark lack of humor, bucking all conventional industry wisdom. It was a bold artist statement that its developers stood firmly behind. But in 2022, it's impossible to reach even a single consumer of video games without jokes of some kind. So very well, jokes it'll be. During its development, over 500 kiloliters of comedy will be funneled directly into the core of the Stanley Parable 2, creating jobs for hundreds of machine operators and producing 30,000 tons of pollutant chemical byproduct, which will be pumped directly into local lakes, rivers, and beautiful nature reserves like these all over the country. Another common complaint of the Stanley Parable is that there wasn't enough gameplay. And so for the sequel, its developers have gone to great lengths to fix this problem. Here we can see gameplay being printed onto sheets. Every video game contains as many as 1,000 sheets of gameplay, and several of the largest games ever made contain close to 1,500. On mobile devices, the gameplay sheets have to be printed smaller. For the Stanley Parable 2, as many as 35 new gameplay sheets are being printed, each of which must be delicately massaged by the hands of a child before being added into the game. This man is stealing gameplay sheets from the factory, which he likely intends to use for a personal project he's been developing in his spare time. A good public stoning will cure him of that inclination. Let's check on Gregory real quick. Ha! Still recovering from a hard day's work. Don't you move a muscle. Next up, it's time to blackmail the press. In a competitive market, blackmailing your local journalist can be one of the most effective methods of creating word-of-mouth buzz for your sequel.
Blackmailing your local
In fact,
journalist?
blackmail is the currency of social progress. From your neighborhood grocer to the teacher at your school to the man who helps you steal HBO, everyone responds to blackmail. And if you've never done it before, it's easy to practice at home on your friends and family. Simply follow the instructional pamphlet that your teacher hands out after the end of the film. And finally, there's one last tool at our disposal for making the sequel feel fresh and exciting, and that's packaging the game with collector's edition merchandise. If you order the Stanley Parable 2, you'll receive this cow's egg. A single egg will produce over 1,000 cows, which are, of course, the sequel to pigs. And there you have it. Everything there is to know about producing the Stanley Parable 2. Of course, you may know that there is also a game titled The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. So which game is the true sequel to the Stanley Parable? It's an excellent question, Billy. One which the child soldiers have been working round the clock to come up with an answer to. And after many weeks of diligent research, the conclusion they've reached is, who gives a shit? All that matters is that it's more content for you to cram down your insatiable gullet. You don't want thoughtful and nuanced answers to complex questions, Billy. You just want to eat bubble gum and cheated hopscotch. So get out there and consume. Do your civic duty and bully your parents into buying you every version of the Stanley Parable 2 on every platform. Tell your friends to bully their parents as well. It's through community efforts like these that the world comes together, in harmony and connection. And it's only through this connection that we'll defeat Time Dracula once and for all. Don't let the time-traveling vampires win. Buy the Stanley Parable 2 and pledge to support all sequels for today, tomorrow, and into the great unknowable beyond.
That was one of the best 10 minutes of my life. In memoriam, Billy. He was only 3 years old. That's new. If you're more of a prequel sort of person, check out the Stanley Parable. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy the rest of the exhibit. Join the Gross. Now an expo hall too. None of the links work. Learn more. Cool. That's so cool. That's so clever. I'm really here for that. Oh man, I am so stoked that that went somewhere, that that QR code worked. What? Let's see.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe?
What does the collectibles
even
look like
mean?
now?
But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Okay, last time. The Infinite Hole. Free achievement! I think.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken tested achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you. It's as simple. As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... What? Wait, what in the holy hell is going on? You got the achievement? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it, I swear. It was broken just a second ago. Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. Composure? Composure. Yes, as you can see, the machine is working as normal, as I intended. It truly speaks to the awe-inspiring magic of the Stanley Parable 2. Breathe. Just breathe.
Okay. Set all setting sliders in the menu to all the available numbers. Speedrun. Complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes, 22 seconds, not including load times. Super go outside. Don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years. Commitment. Play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday. I'm sorry? You can only 100% this game after 10 years?
What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
After 10 years. I'll be 50!
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do reckon great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel. Okay, I guess we're back in the hole now. Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other fascinating exhibits that I've prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom. Yes, I know. I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the whole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Realizing I didn't shut off the whole monitor. There we go.
Oh, for heaven! You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I did make an infinite hole. I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is.
Oh, shit.
The shame of my lie has come to haunt. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working. Still nothing. Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
I can't get out. Oh, yes I can. No, I can't. I'm trapped in the hole. In an incredibly shallow hole. What is this musical cue? Oh, it's getting... Oh, shit. And the teleport button isn't working. Oh, shit. perspective.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using.
Doggies!
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley!
No!
Oh, look, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Aww. Aww.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
We're going to the hole. We're gonna go with the hole. We're gonna see how far we can ride this bitch. Hole. 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 Mostly infinite hole. Fine, it ended. Did you close the exhibit? You did not close. You closed the exhibit. You closed it! You literally closed the exhibit! You bastard.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
It's technically the one I wanted.
Maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on. For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button, which speaks the name of the person. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
I'm Jim.
I want you to... Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine... All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on? See, if you'd only played along, that would have been your name, the button says, but no. Instead, I can't even think about it. I'm taking the Jim button away.
No! Jim button. You're so mean, narrator. You take so many things from me. Why are you never nice to me? You're just not nice.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable too. They would appreciate what I've created here.
Settings, world. Guess I never did come back here. Jump circle, mostly in a hole. Settings world champion. Hashtag right. So 3 is office decorations, B squared. Stanley Parable reassurance, and N could be. Well, N is jump. Right, jump circle. That's right, we found it upstairs. It's like... Did we find it actually? No, we actually found it out. Right, I still can't get in that door. I just don't want to go to the theater. Let's keep changing our mind about office decorations. Let's see how much that's gonna...
Come now, you've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
Okay, so you just scold me for poor taste, which is a lie. I have great. I actually kind of want that one shirt. It looks nice. Can I? No. Okay. So setting World Championship is still questionable. Okay. We'll go ahead and leave. Unless we go back into the bucket a couple times and see. Nah, we'll leave. I don't think there's anything more to find.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Oh, you're gonna make me go through here? No.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Guess I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly...
Stanley Parable 5. Forgotten Cowboy. Yeah.
This is the story of a man.
Forgotten Cowboy. Alright. Yay!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it
Less
mean?
obnoxious balloons.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm so sorry I left you. I'll never leave you again.
A strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Bucket.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to
Wonder
be.
how long I can stay in here until the narrator, like, loses his mind at me. It's pretty impatient.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home. Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
90% of this game for me is trolling the narrator. Yeah, we'll just, we'll enjoy this. Have a grand old time letting the narrator just be annoyed with us. How's everybody's week? Mine is okay so far. I'm a really big introvert, so having to be too social can sometimes really wear on me. This weekend was a lot of fun, though. I played Lego Party, but it ended up pulling a lot out of me. Yesterday I did reconnect with an old friend I'd known, well, really more like old family. I went to Young's high school graduation when I was 19, and we've been friends ever since. Really, we've been family. But we fell out of contact because it turns out we're both rotting in the unemployed sphere. As usual, we are the same person. And Young got laid off from their job a little longer than they should have. Turned to the MMOs, and well, at least I'm doing this. In some ways, I'm doing more than Young is, but far more broke than Young is, which is generally how it always is. Well, that wasn't how it used to be, but Young's mom Soon is half North Korean, so that should give you an idea already of the kind of upbringing Soon had. So Soon loves me with a capital L. Though probably at this point would be a little like, she never made anything of herself. But Soon really, really, really always wanted me to just convince her daughter to go to college. And, because I'm so successful, whatever. Soon, turns out, Young was living in absolute poverty because Soon was just squirreling away every inch of free money. And when Young was like 25, Soon revealed that she had become a millionaire and was moving back to Korea. And all of a sudden Young, who at times had like they were dumpster diving with their mom, was like, their mom just handed them a house. Young was like, that is possibly the most Korean thing that she ever could have done. So I wonder how Soon's doing. Last we knew, Soon was living with, well, last I knew, Soon was living with her best friend in South Korea. And when Young came out to Soon handled it the way anybody who is a Jehovah's Witness but still loves their kids should, which is gracefully. And not making Young feel bad about any of it. So, but soon after a relationship with Young's dad, never got together with anybody else, so Young and I kind of think Soon friend might be her partner, and that's why she handled it gracefully. Are you gonna do anything, my dude? Are we just living here for nothing? I mean, guess we'll just chill some more. The internet says that that this isn't a waste of time.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business.
Sucks. Next time. That was so
No.
much time.
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this.
Why would I
obvious fact.
worry about my
He was
bucket?
firmly
is my
convinced
bucket.
that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
My bucket is the most precious thing in this universe, narrator.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home where we can go about life together.
No. I pull it.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Is it?
Ah,
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it. But there isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is.
Oh,
It's sitting right here.
well, let's
take a
get
look.
educated.
what is comedic timing?
Beep, beep.
What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies? And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds? Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes. Let's dive deeper.
That was some beautiful timing.
If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood, you did it while standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one
What?
of your arms raised straight
What?
upward at a 15-degree angle from your body. These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and
I feel
then
as if it's been more than 90
spell out
seconds.
your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor. Speak the entire joke in no more than 18 seconds and no less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice screaming, "I'm Dunny with the funny" now.
I'm Dunny with the funny. I'm Dunny
This
with the
saying
funny.
is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally,
You know, even if I wasn't
it's
streaming,
time
I'd be
to hand
doing
out
this.
surveys.
I'd be playing a game.
Collecting hard data from your audience on how rapt they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times, just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And that's all there is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, we're each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invaders who threaten our very existence and who very likely die in a hailstorm
Look at
of bullets
the
and
unshaped
mandibles.
leg.
All of us must be prepared to give our lives to this noble cause, just
We
as our children
somehow
must
became
do
hell
after
divers.
us, and their children after them. Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Somehow we've become Helldivers.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery. Come along, let's head back.
Okay. You're gonna make me walk
I
there?
can feel it. This time, I'm really going to nail the
You
delivery.
can
You'll
literally-
be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept.
You can
the
teleport
king of
me.
comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we had the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now.
Wonder what happens if
Well, I
I go
wouldn't
off
be the king of
course.
comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley. The bucket spoke. The bucket spoke. Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
I cannot believe how flexible your range is, Kevin. You are amazing. I get to go all the way back? Really lock the door.
Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Yes, I will do that. Okay.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There were supposed to be several rooms leading up to this. There was supposed to be a build-up to this point, a dramatic display of remarkable comedic
don't know.
wit, which
You're the one in
culminates
charge
in
of
this
this.
scene with the phone.
I'm just
Now
part
the
of this
timing's
ship.
completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What
No.
an egregious mistake. I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing. I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video.
I
again.
know, you don't need to, you're
Yes,
fine.
Surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready?
Oh no.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. What? We're back at the phone already? No. Here we go. You ready?
Oh dear.
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left. No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on. All because you couldn't watch a simple video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
Stanley, you love the bucket so much it's like you... it's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes. Let me try that again, Stanley. I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are.
The first one was better.
Still not... Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale
Yeah,
with
hot,
shame. Pale... What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal. I think I saw it playing guitar. No. We're getting away from making fun of Stanley's obsession with the bucket, which was the whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos.
No,
That's
we
exactly what it
don't.
is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More
Sorry,
instructional
Leroy.
videos. Let's see.
It looks like I have a message, but okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Hey, Miss Roy! Yeah, I fucking love this game. It's really hard for me to stop playing it. I got my bucket. So I lost my bucket because I went to an escape pod, but I got my bucket back. I had to go to the old ending to get my bucket back to the sequel ending.
The test of time.
And also, apparently you can do this, which I learned from being told to click on doors for an achievement.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest, and this was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And
so I tried waiting in here for a really, really long
correct,
time.
Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired.
I loved that achievement. I was
Perhaps
pretty annoyed,
this was where the
but I
bucket
loved
felt
it.
most truly at home. Here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
There's also an achievement apparently if you just hit 8 into the keypad, and it actually says the number 8, like the game says 8. And that's how you know you got the
Stanley
achievement.
decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly, the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
8.
But finally, the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get back to business. And so
What
the two
happens
of
if I
them
go down here with
detoured
the
through the
bucket?
maintenance
Come on,
section
bucket
and
son.
walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good, Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Wait, I think I remember this.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Okay. Last time I followed Adventure Line, it was very obnoxious.
Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
You want
Don't
me
you
to
get
give
it,
up my
Stanley?
bucket?
We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
No!
I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
No!
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket.
No!
And then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Can I climb up this? I would rather die.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is
what if I go
all
in
it
backwards?
knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you say, how does a character with only one
I had to kill
personality trait
Companion
deserve
Cube
to
by
join
force
the pantheon
too?
of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the
And I
Bucket
waited
Destroyer,
10 minutes.
you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The broom closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
How dare you tell me to kill my friend?
The Bucket Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
I will not kill Bucket!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply... The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chin. This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
The drinks have suffered inflation. They used to be $1.
Truly, being here with the bucket was a grand adventure. Stanley reflected on all they'd been through together. First, walking through the door on the right, then walking to the lounge, then arriving at the lounge. What a thrilling journey the bucket had inspired. Perhaps this was where the bucket felt most truly at home, here in the employee lounge. Perhaps it's the only place a bucket can even feel at home.
I do like employee lounges. They're like comedically sterile.
Stanley decided to just give the bucket absolutely as much time as it needed to be in the lounge. Clearly the bucket and the employee lounge shared a special connection.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm just gonna keep going to the lounge
But
and see what
finally,
happens.
the bucket was done being in the lounge, and they took the first open door on their left to get... And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door. Oh, good Stanley, I'm glad you found your way
Actually
here.
kill my bucket.
I knew you'd find this place
Forever.
eventually.
When I put it in the escape pod, I actually,
You see,
like, I had to
your
go get a
friends
new
and
one.
I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying
Burn.
around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
If I stay in here, will you notice that I'm hiding in here? No.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley
Why can't you
Parable
just
is
keep
all
the
about.
music going?
Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Fine. We're gonna give you the
A
bucket.
wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Here.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does?
You
Surely
fucker.
you don't need me to spell
You
it
can
out
have
for
my
you.
only friend, you fucker.
Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're
Little
ready.
shit. Little friend-stealing shit.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket.
Are you not gonna let me give it?
Is all it knows. That
It actually
is
won't
its
let me give it the
singular
bucket.
Personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the
No?
pantheon of beloved Stanley
I
Parable
can't.
characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to
That's
crush
hilarious. Okay. I accept that. You know what? We haven't had a new title screen for a while. The bucket lives! I love the bucket. I don't know how it's managed to make me love this inanimate object so much, other than excellent writing, but the writing is excellent and I love this inanimate object, and no one can touch it. It is mine forever. Stanley Parable 6. Let's see. Outstretched Hole, the Goatsy edition.
This is the...
Yes, we skip.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Oh, please.
Are
Oh,
you really just doing this for the achievement?
he
Click
doesn't
a door
remember.
5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No, not everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow.
Like, it's a
Very
weird,
lucky
like,
indeed.
1.5, and I love it.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
I know.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be.
Good luck, Pale
Truly,
Pal.
being... No, never mind.
Have a good rest of your
The
work day,
bucket was
Miss Roy.
wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Okay.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Beep, beep, beep.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Blind bucket
Now pick
behavior
up the
run.
phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home where we can go about life together.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Bucket. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press Y to take me to work with you. No. Fine.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Press B to take me back home with you.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud men. Press B. Loud man, press B for us to go back home.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press left to ignore anyone in your life except for me.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley? Press Y to go back home.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Press down to relive the same day with me over and over.
Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press X. Go home to work to home to work to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings for the bucket. No. What's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes.
You are not taking
the
my
bucket could
bucket.
tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
No!
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me.
No!
Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need
No!
it. Give it to me now. Give it.
No! Back to work, Stanley.
All of his co-workers were gone, What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Oh.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No. No, thank you.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Oop.
In here, said the bucket. Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Now pick up the phone, said the bucket. Pick up the phone.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely
Just
meant to
how that
provide the
last one
comforting glow of
ended.
companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
That's why to take me back home.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
And back to work we go.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Why?
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares
Wait a
about is
second.
this awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
Press left.
It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Down.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection, but it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Is there actually going to be a difference? I wonder.
Oh
it
my
just,
God,
it
what am I
seemed like
saying? Better at carrying
seemed
water
like he
from room
actually
to room. It's a bucket.
maybe
It's literally just a bucket.
killed the narrator?
Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
Press A to go home to work to home to work to home to work.
Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket. Oh no, what's going on? Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say, do anything it asks. What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give
Close
it
your
or
eyes.
I'll...
Go back to work, Stanley. Okay, and nothing really changes. Alright.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Stanley cradled the bucket in a gentle embrace, protective yet delicate, assertive yet compassionate.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along?
Thank you for not
Was
making me
the
wait
bucket
through
guiding him?
New Age music.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
We're just gonna go do all the endings that I know I have with the bucket. Because I love the bucket.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
I do. I believe in the bucket. I believe the bucket is here for me.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves. The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Yeah, dude. It's okay, bucket. I've seen this before. It just starts over.
Was
Over
the
and
bucket
over.
under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do
28
things
or so.
it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously
Oh,
in
the broken
Stanley's
employee
evil mind.
changes? Broken employee... No, it doesn't. Okay, it's the same.
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control. Never!
Never!
He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
It's true. I don't trust you, narrator. You've tried to separate us way too many times.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation.
This is the love of my
Controls
life.
labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world.
Nope.
But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the
Bucket!
controls.
How could you?
Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself?
How could the bucket have betrayed him like this?
Seriously, bucket.
Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen.
Birds.
Birds.
Silly birds.
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best.
Yes, it was.
And Stanley was happy.
Birds. Birds.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he...
Stanley's bucket. The only co-worker he would ever truly need.
Indeed.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
Yep.
But
We're
Stanley had
specifically
felt the
doing a
bucket
thing, my
calling
guy.
to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Nope.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him,
Tink.
and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
That is not true. We're on a journey.
No, stop!
Ow.
Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets pass." Been a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket.
Okay.
Please,
Let's
step in here for a moment.
Let's figure out what a bucket is.
Now then,
Is
I'm going to
this
run you
a
through some
bucket?
test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right?
Nothing
This
will
should
be a
tell us
bucket.
everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
Last time everything was a bucket. This time nothing is a bucket.
Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct.
We'll just try
This
and get the
is a
answers
bucket.
right.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. This is a tractor and not a bucket. To be honest, I just sort of put this one in here as a gimme, but I was starting to get concerned that even this might be too much for you. Thank you for not making me look like an idiot. Okay, next one.
Also not a
Is
bucket.
this a bucket?
But I think you say yes for this one.
Correct. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere.
It's not a bucket.
Yes. Thank you. There's nothing here. Of course it isn't a bucket. We both know full well that nothing isn't a bucket. Wait, when I say nothing isn't a bucket, that makes it sound like I'm saying everything is a bucket, which of course is not true.
It is not true.
Is that what you think?
No, I got all the
Answer
answers
me
right.
straight, Stanley. Are you trying to tell me that you believe everything is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay.
No, you
go.
know what happens. I wish you had memory.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket?
Yes.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could...
Yorkie.
Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some change to the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who
You know,
knows what that
technically everything
information
is a
might do
bucket,
to a
and that's
person.
weird.
All right, here we go.
Like we're a bucket for microbacteria. The world holds the buckets.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Guess everything.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, now I really am going to do a guide because I'm pretty dang sure I've explored almost everything, and I don't want to run around aimlessly. All right, let's read the list together. Let's look at this flow chart, huh? Awaiting input, 5th input received, heaven. Blue office, whiteboard. Console. Type face punch. ESP:(N) and increment by 1 with conditions. Unlock the bucket, collect all 6 figurines, restart at list. Oh, right. Start after getting 6 figurines. Figurine, door, close door. Window at room 434. You can open door 434? But I click on fucking every door.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
No? Wait. Window at room 440. Oh, so I need the bucket?
Is Stanley without the bucket really Stanley at all? No, no, surely not.
Can I get on? Oh, I can't. Oh.
Yes,
Whispered the bucket into Stanley's ear.
we've done it. We've escaped from that dull office and that pesky narrator. At last, out here in the white void, we are alone. Now, and for the first time, I can reveal to you my true self.
The bucket began to tell Stanley of its life and its history, of the countless wars it witnessed, desecrating the land and lives of untold numbers of innocent humans, and the bucket's own complicity therein,
Oh, Jesus.
of sadness and regret, and the many years it spent dwelling on the actions it might have taken to curb the madness and the decay, if only it had been stronger, of hope and redemption, and its crusade to uplift the stock of life for the common man, to manifest justice where none existed, and the bittersweet reality of time, to see one's dreams and wishes met halfway, meted out in parcels like charity,
What?
and abandoned as soon as the warm glow of inspiration begins to dim. The opportunities to do so much more. There was so much it could have done, perhaps, the bucket wondered to itself. Perhaps, if it had seen its own darkness with a clearer perception. This was way too much for Stanley.
What are you talking about?
He screamed.
You're
Seriously.
a bucket.
To this, the bucket furrowed its brow.
No,
Said the bucket.
not since the evil wizard Gambhorata first ensnared me in his machinations as payback for the sacred amulet I stole from his treasured
No
vaults.
shit.
I was young back then and could not conceive the ramifications of... No!
Stanley screamed even louder this time.
This is stupid! You are a bucket!
Bucket!
This is so stupid! Why are we even doing this?
As Stanley screamed and screamed and screamed, the bucket revealed its true form, transforming into a mighty beast of untold power, its fangs glistening like... My God, Stanley, you did it. You saved us from the bucket. Thank God you already had all 12 emblems of sages and knew the incantations to summon their true power. Otherwise, we would have easily been overwhelmed by the bucket's power. I'm speechless. You've demonstrated such bravery here today. Come, let's restart the game, and we'll agree to never again go trifling with this bucket, nor the dark magic cast away inside of it.
Okay. Out of map. Okay. I win, underwhelm. Skip. Explode bucket. Bring bucket to bucket room. Okay. Oh wait, cargo, wooden platform. Monetize bucket. Recording, yes. Open catwalk bucket, yes. Quiz show. No. Door choice, door next. Red, red, red. Blue. Order bucket work. Cargo up, stay. Pick up. Maintenance. Destroy bucket confusion. Down, wrong bucket. Insane. Bottom staircase. Boss office, goodbye bucket. Escape pod. Back out, goodbye bucket. Toilet, turn right. Faster than narrator without bucket. elevator, pipeline. Down, up, down, up, down, up, right. Straight, catwalk, memorial bucket. Wait before going up, then press light button. Home bucket, bottom. Climb on chair next to light, then jump in. Trapped, off, life, silly birds, bomb. Conference 3, Conference U and D. Okay. Oh wow, I really do have almost everything. Okay. So what is launch option? The last ever bomb.
This is the...
No. Let's try this again. It says hyphen console for the launch op. That I fucked this up. Part 8, Part 5, Pantry. Oh shit.
Hold on. What's this?
8.
8?
8. 8.
The
What?
Stanley Parable 8?
8.
No. This
8.
doesn't look right at all. The Stanley Parable takes
8.
place in an office building. There are doors and branching paths. This is just a button
8.
that says 8.
8.
Where did the Stanley
8.
Parable go?
8. 8. 8.
Hold on. Serious whiteboard. No. Launch start, launch up and console. No. Where is this 8? They don't have it. They never did 8 of these.
8. 8.
What? Look at that. Look, it's a little controller. This is it?
8.
Oh my god. I just have to close it. Lord of the Tax Disc. Mariella. Okay. So, is it not... Did the launch options not work? Is it in here? Do you have launch options in here? Okay. So this console... Let's look up this console, because I'm not getting it. Select the type half console, hyphen console. Click property, select launch options. In the text box that appears, type hyphen console. Okay, so that, I do have this correct, but it doesn't seem to be working. So let's try this. Open up the config, and then search for toggle console, and replacing it with a key in case tilde doesn't work. Yeah, because tilde hasn't been working. So, Stanley Parable. Let me see. Stanley Parable. Lux data. Config.cfg. Huh? Control.dll. No. 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 That's the font they use. Okay. Let's try and document. First, document would have my game. Okay, no. So browse local files. Right. Resource. So they do have something called boot.config. So we'll look in that. And see. Boot.config. Okay. It's system configuration. Nope. Okay. So I have console. Have it set up, but it doesn't seem to be opening a console. Or at least allowing me to. Hmm. Okay. So, Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. Oh. Oh. I can't do it. Rude. That's fine. Whatever. But you put this in Ultra Deluxe. Don't lie to me. Alright, we're gonna take a brief break. I'll be back. And we're gonna get the few other ones that I don't have. Okay, so let's see. We have monetized bucket, the recording, we show, right, this entire cornerstone. This is also done. We need to do these and that. A couple of going to the cargo room. Ooh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
As Stanley lifted his bucket, he felt a connection to all buckets everywhere. This adventure, he decided, was for all of them.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest, and this was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
No,
never mind.
The bucket was wrong.
It was wrong.
Stanley
Oh,
took the
my
door on
mouth
his
is
left
moving too.
to go back to the meeting room.
Oof. Okay.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
So, what does it say? Cargo, down, death. Cargo, back, then down. Do dotted lines mean... Okay. Cargo.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
And that bucket is kind of shiny.
In here.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Let me go back. So maybe I just have to go a little bit further away from it. No? Hey.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, so let's go crawl down the planks.
What new mysteries lay in store for our bucket-loving heroes today? Let's find out.
Bucket-loving heroes today.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room. But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct?
Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
No. No.
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms? Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there? Camporata.
Oh, like for real? Camporata? It's like an actual thing? Wow. Okay. Okay. We're fine with it, everything. Using some ads. Focusing in. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we monetized the bucket. We've already done this. Death. Question bucket, yeah. Right, hallway, maintenance, elevator, destroy, bucket, confusion. We did that. We did that. We did that. We did that. Conference 3. Memorial bucket, we did that. Home bucket, trapped, silly birds, yes. Okay. Yes, face punch. We type face punch. Is that at the start, maybe? Okay. Try that. Now, Inspector Circles. Certainly doesn't look like it.
This is the story.
Alright. So, not entirely sure where I can type face punch. Face punch is a popular internet video game forum. Okay. Typing face punch during gameplay in either version of the game replaces all brush textures with the face punch logo. The face punch logo will even make dark places in the game go bright. White room, like, okay. So it has to be all caps?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, that's the 2013 HD remix. Got it. That you can't do this with Ultra Deluxe. Alright. Alright. Gonna ignore your bullshit flow chart. Okay. Then... There's still Escape Pod Normal. And then Conference 3. So let's try Conference 3. Well,
Now this, Stanley thought to himself, this is a bucket.
this is a
And
bucket.
indeed it was.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Anything. Yes, this way.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd found. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the wind, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Wait, Stanley said to the bucket. Can we go back up? When I was pressing those keypad buttons, there was something very intriguing about the number 3. I want to go back so I can try pressing the number 3 again. The bucket said nothing.
Do I have to go press the button? Can I go? I have to go press 3 first.
Here we are, said Stanley. Now I'm going to try out that number 3 button. He took the bucket over to the keypad and began absolute... Wow, he said. The number 3 is such a special button. I'm having the time of my life. Stanley looked expectantly at the bucket, but the bucket remained silent. This was a shock to Stanley. Perhaps the bucket had missed something.
Perhaps it has.
Perhaps it had not seen how much joy Stanley got from slamming the number 3 repeatedly. No, said Stanley to the bucket. You can't go on yet. Not till you understand how much the number 3 means to me. You and I have been through so much together, and I just want you to see what I see. Feel the happiness I feel. He smiled at the bucket, and the bucket said nothing. Here we go, said Stanley. This time I'll really show you. He ran to the number 3 and began to wail on it like a musician on a beloved instrument, weaving a concerto of truth and passion. He wielded the number 3 like a fine artist would wield a paintbrush. He told stories through the number 3, stories of his dreams and hopes and fears, and the whole time he looked to his bucket for a reaction of some kind. Anything to let him know that the bucket appreciated what he was doing. The bucket conveyed absolutely nothing at all, only silence. Crushed by a wave of dejection, Stanley returned to the elevator. Stanley and the bucket were so close. They'd always been there for one another. Why suddenly could the bucket not connect with this passion of Stanley's? The question caused Stanley to ruminate the whole way down the elevator.
He knew that there must be a way to get through to the bucket, to communicate fully with his dear friend. Surely there was a solution, mustn't there be? Said Stanley. I know what to do. I know how to fully express this feeling in my heart.
Well,
He
oh, that
decided
was glowing
right then
red.
and
That was
there
not
that He
okay.
would hold a press conference where he would speak to the public on all matters relating to pressing the number 3 over and over. He would elaborate fully on what the number 3 meant to him and why he felt so alive when pressing it. Then the bucket would be able to see his joy through the eyes of others. It would get to see the world react to this discovery of Stanley's. And it would be through the public eye that the bucket would finally understand Stanley's work. For months he advertised and marketed his press conference, building excitement around it, developing and rehearsing it, until it couldn't be refined a single measure further. When the big day arrived, Stanley was as prepared as he'd ever been for
3.
anything in his life.
3.
This was it. One last chance to win the bucket over. One opportunity to share a true connection with a loved one.
I feel better about this ending now that I'm trolling the bucket rather than...
There was no one here. Nobody had come to the press conference to hear Stanley speak, to listen to him talk about what it really means to press the number 3 on a keypad over and over. He was unloved, uninteresting. He was a failure. And in that moment, Stanley knew that the bucket would never again take him seriously. There would be no connection, no deeper understanding. The bucket merely sat there in his arms, indifferent. And so it began that slowly, over many years, the two of them grew more and more distant. They spoke less and less, neither wishing to state the obvious, that any sense of real respect between them had eroded since that day at the press conference. There would be no more games, no more long conversations about passion and pursuit, only a silence that consumed the space between friends. And Stanley, having for once in his life discovered the warmth and comfort of true companionship, was cast back into the unremarkable normalcy of loneliness.
That's horrible. I hated that. Alright. Order bucket work. Comedy space quiz show. So we have the not bucket escape pod. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Finally, yes, the bucket. Yes, yes, yes. I love that bucket. You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the
understand.
Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this
Yes, I know.
ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
Yes.
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Yes, we know, we know. Go through all of this. Yes, yes, yes.
Yes,
you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Bucketception!
Wait, there are 2 buckets here. How did you get a second bucket? Oh no, the warmth and comfort of a single bucket is already so great, so intoxicatingly wonderful. With 2 buckets, there's no telling. Stanley, can you still hear me? Are you with me? Stanley! Oh, thank God, I didn't lose you, Stanley. The power of 2 buckets was too much. I had to destroy both of them.
Oh, you destroyed them.
I know how much the bucket meant to you, but I couldn't take the risk. I
Thought
hope
they blew
one
each other
day
up.
you can forgive me.
Never. Never. Absolutely never. Ever since that 8, I wonder. Offline, I'm gonna try and load this 100 times and see what happens. No more octopods. Is there actually anything else? So we have... This is done, 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 done. We have this. Alright, we got one more, and that's going out the window without the bucket.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
What do they call this?
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along.
Damn it.
He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
No.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected Continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well, now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Huh. You know, he sounds like the Kyrgyzstan guy. Which I realize, you know, there's only a certain narration style, but I'm wondering. Kyrgyzstan. Steve Taylor. Okay. A game of Snake. All right, let's go out the window.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yes.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want, like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit.
You can't tell me what to do.
These points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict. So manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old, and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable, and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
All right. That's for some sort of offline bullshit. All right. I think we are actually done. I think there is no more. At least according to this chart. Oh, except this. Okay, so elevator, pipeline, straight. Oh, that's a long way away, and it's been 4 hours. We'll do that briefly before Hollow Knight. Nobody's here, so it'll be a great surprise. Thank you, Theo, and Mies Roy, and them, briefly, for stopping on by. Zill, you, PB. We'll be back later tonight with some masked Masked Buddy. Have a great day.